And good afternoon, good morning, good evening, everybody. Welcome on into the Dragon's Den. My name's Digital Dragon, 3D printing writer streamer on Twitch. Hope you're all doing well tonight. Hey, Zombie, how's it going? Thank you for the resubscribe for 16 months. Wow, very nice. Very nice. I appreciate that. Um, Nice to meet you. Yeah, it's good to meet you. It's like we haven't actually we haven't. I haven't seen you on too many streams lately just because well, it's football bowl season. I've been watching football and then going right to bed and crashing. Still dealing with a cold as well, which is just my ability to stay up late has been next to nothing. I did get my filament in. I've got the E2HW HC01 whatever end stops on order. I just got shipment notification from KB3D on those. I did order some more of the smaller bearings. I think I've got a bunch. I also think that's the bunch or the size that I continuously misplace. So eventually I'm going to clean the Dragon Den here and I'm going to find like 150 of these little tiny bearings that I don't use. But my comment being Dragoon 1 and 2 are probably going to get started printing all the parts to rebuild a box turtle for you. Because I want to make sure that it's used in the latest and greatest parts and in the latest extruders and everything. That way, when you get it, it's at an LDO spec at least. Um, yeah. I hope everybody's doing well. Hey, Eagle the Dragon, how's it going? How are my parents? I don't know. I haven't talked to them in well over a week. Probably do that. You just made me feel bad. Now I have to do that. I'm just giving you a heart. No worries. Bum, 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 bum. How's it going, Mr. Wizix, Nick, Petty Ruxpin, Timor, Lost Inc., welcome on in. I hope everyone's doing well this evening. Yeah. And me, like I've got so many flipping projects I'm trying to work on. Hey, Silverback Creations, how's it going? Um, I'm doing stuff for the gaming score that the floating D20 dice tower. I got two of those set up. I'm going to keep one. I'm thinking about taking one down to the local gaming store and using it in their raffle because the 25th and 26th, or the 25th is a streaming day, but after streaming, I may go down there and watch some of the other games. And then the 26th, it's like a 8, 9, 10 plus hour D&D day, Sunday. So it's the week after next. Yeah, it's gonna be crazy. Um, but so I've been working on that. I've been working on the chainsaw. I've got the bolter pistols printed out, and I need to put some things together before I start printing out more stuff to put together. Because I'm going to try and most likely batch paint it now because I just realized the stuff that I got in, it's got to be in the upper 50, even be close to spray paintable with it. And I am not going to try and hand brush, you know, a meter long sword. It's got to be done with rattle cans. And it's too cold outside for me to spray stuff. Uh, yeah, chainsword. So silverback. Um, Chainsword. Here's the mechanical portion of the chainsword. We have run it several times on the last stream using the bench top power supply. I did wire up and test the battery compartment out, and the batteries are working. So I'll have to get the switch and everything. I'm probably going to do it on the bench just to make sure the activation switch and everything works. And then this comes apart. The chain is coming off so it can be painted. The rest of the mechanics in here is going to stay the way it is. Doesn't need to be painted because you're not going to see. And then these will get painted at the same time as I paint the cover parts and stuff. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. And then the bolt pistols I have are not mechanical. So I'll probably just assemble all those with 3D gloop or something, and then uh, have everything ready to be painted, right? Um, just use a lot of tape to mask things off to paint. But yeah, so trying to get some of that stuff done so I can put that out there, get some pictures up, and start getting some makes out there to show. Yeah, big prints are so much fun. I still have one, two, three boxes of parts for my Mandalorian armor, my Imperial Mandalorian Commando armor, and I realized that I've got none of the utility belt stuff printed. I have to go through and print all that stuff. So that'll be fun. Yes, this chain sword is a mechanical working chain sword. So it's Galactic Armory. They had a working mechanical chain sword, and then they had a display version. And I've now got all the carbon rods and stuff that I think I still need to. I'd have to order a couple more, like another set of the 400 millimeter carbon rods and the motors. And I think I've got enough extra of everything else to put another one together. So I'll put two together. I'll either, dual wield, or I'll have a chain sword and a bolter pistol. I'm doing research on the Blood Angels and all of their second and third founding cousins so that I can paint a bunch of it up in Blood Angels and annoy Free Heathen with it. But yeah, you still haven't tried 3D Group? It works really well. It works. So I've seen people use 3D Gloop. I've seen people use like E6000, 7000 series, and then use um, uh, super glue to basically hold it while the other adhesive sets. But just doing like super glue for like full hold of props is probably not a good idea. Where the 3D gloop, I mean, they do the tug of wars, and if it breaks, it's going to be the print that breaks, not the bond. Um, you're working on the already scaled combat knife and the chain sword at the moment. Yep, yep. So I'll probably do a combat knife. I've got various things that I'm going to work on. Not quite done yet on a Blood Angels. Yeah, upper time. Okay, thanks for the alert, zombie. Um, Wick Allen, welcome on in. You use PZC primer a lot. Yeah, so I've actually got um, some just primer filler. That's going to help, especially on, you know, larger slab side pieces. It's definitely going to help. And I did reprint this and realize that this is not the same gray. It's no big deal because, like I said, it's going to get filler primered. But if you notice the texture on here, there's texture where this was on a textured bill plate, and then this is flat because this was done on a cryogrit plate. And it was done in a vertical orientation versus laying down like this. So I reprinted that part on the textured plate so that when I put this on there, I'll have texture through this whole centerpiece all the way through, because I think that texture in that centerpiece is going to actually add a bit of character to the blade. Um, so yeah, that's kind of where I'm at and what I've got planned and doing there. Um, yeah, I think that texture is going to add a lot. So I've got to be very careful. And when because all of the Galactic Armory stuff, right? These pieces go together with these bead pieces. And it's a darn good bond, right? And you shouldn't have to glue anything, but you can. Now, I want to show you this, right? You can see the seam here. You can see the seam here. You can't really see the seam on that textured area. So I'm hoping I can just filler the bottom and, clean up the bottoms and stuff without having to really do anything here. And if I feel like I need to do something on that seam, I'm literally going to tape right along that seam as best I can and use the least amount of filler possible. Because if I have to sand over the top of that filler too much, you're going to um you're going to see it because it's going to be a flat spot going right down to, making the seam through this textured area. And I'd have to really work on some techniques to build up a little bit of texture there and try and blend it in. And I'm not that good yet. Um, yeah, I love the way Galactic Armory is doing their models. I hate the fact that they had a takedown order. Let me rephrase that. Patreon got a cease and desist letter, and they had to remove all of their Warhammer 40K material off of their Patreon and their Google Drive. Now, with that said, according to them, the way it was written and the language being used, it does not look like that came from Games Workshop. So they are fighting it. And if they can get it lifted, yeah, if they can get it lifted, it's going back up. Yeah, that's what I was hearing. Silverback was it was not Games Workshop that did it. It was most likely somebody else that had designed a bunch of Warhammer stuff, and they didn't want the competition, so they were trying to go against it. But it looks like it's going to get lifted. It'll go back up. I will say that they said we have 48 hours to take this stuff down, and I was like, noted. So I've got 48 hours to download the entire Warhammer 40K directory, which is kind of what I did. So, um, you know how that goes. Hey, cruising girl, welcome on in. So, one of the things I want to talk about real fast is the Twitch stream anniversary. And let me get myself off of. There we go. Twitch stream anniversary. The Twitch stream anniversary is going to be Saturday, January 18th, starting at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, US Eastern Time. We've got gift cards from West 3D. We've got some spools of filament from Polymaker. We've got some gift cards. I think we got two $50 gift cards and a $100 gift card from KB3D. All of that stuff is worldwide. We have US only for KB3D for 5 sets of the the CNC Kitchen deburring tools, and I believe it was 2 sets of the reamers, and I'll show you what that set looks like here in a minute. LDO motors, we've got, I should probably pull the spreadsheet up, but it's a Orbiter 3, a set of 4 super speedy motors, and an LDO box turtle kit, US only. Fadis has 2 Apis 2 extruders, and those are going to go out to anywhere that Fadis ships. So it should be worldwide. And then Fabrico has a gift card that's worldwide, a Rook kit, and give me 1 second. I'm going to have to pull this, because if I don't, I'm going to say something. Give me 1 second. Where did I put it? So let me run through this again. So LDO Motors has a box turtle kit, a Smart Orbiter 3, and 4-piece LDO Speedy Power stepper motors, US only. Polymaker, 10 spools worldwide. West 3D, 5 $20 gift cards worldwide. KB3D, 2 $50 gift cards and a $100 gift card worldwide. um, 5 CNC kitchen deburring tools, and 2 of the reamer kits. Those are US only. Fadis had 2 Apus 2 extruders that are worldwide. Fabrico is a Rook, an LDO Rook kit and a LDO Nighthawk SB, so stealth burner kit. Those are US only, and a $100 gift card that's worldwide. Now, this is the unpublished piece of this, but before I get into that, let me come back over to the main view. So this is that KB3D tap kit. Okay, you've got a nice little display box that you can put together. Use a little bit of super glue, and it's got labels for everything, and it has the KB3D logo on it. This is a very nice set. I leave this set here on the bench for anytime I have to do plastics or anything here at the bench. And I've got a set of other taps that I have downstairs in the garage that I use when I need to do other things. Um, so during the stream, the way we're going to work this is we're going to have one big Google form. Um, when you get in, do the Google form. I'm probably going to do it every hour. Maybe on the half hour if I see a lot of people coming in, we'll see. But I'm going to refresh that list. So if I'm doing a giveaway and you're like, "Oh my God, I'm not in there," don't worry. I'm going to add more people in at a regular interval throughout that day. I still haven't figured out how I'm going to go through and do all the, you know, time things out to try and do the giveaways. Sorry, let me get caught up. Just send everything to Petty Ruxpin. He's going to win an eight. Yeah, that's pretty good response from the vendors. Great job pulling this together. Yeah, good response. I'm still trying to reach out to another local vendor here that I would love to get on here because I think everybody would love their product, but I can't guarantee it. So I haven't added them to this list yet. All love. I'm just yeah, no worries. So we'll add people in throughout the day as we go. Now, there's if a certain event happens, and that certain event is going to be if we have a level 10 hype train completed. Okay, if we complete 100% of a level 10 and go into a level 11 hype train during the stream, I will open up another form. I will give a very short period of time for people to uh, add their information to that. Now, I am going to tell you, unfortunately, that is going to be US only. Here's why. Because if we complete a level 10 hype train during that stream, 2 things are going to happen. One, I'm going to take a tablespoon, not a teaspoon, a tablespoon of Tex Pepper's spicy habanero salsa. Like I said, my sinuses have been giving me issues. That's going to help. The other thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to release a Solval SVO6 printer. That's me. And I'm going to be shipping it. That's why I'm saying US only because I can't pay international shipping. Yeah, that's why I'm saying that one's US only. Now, all the stuff coming from the vendors that is US only, that is their stipulation, not mine. Fadis, they're shipping it out, not me, right? So Fadis being outside the United States, they're going to ship wherever they go. LDO Motors, I'm most likely is going to ship from one of the 3, the Triad. They'll probably just ship one straight from one of those. That's why it's US only. That, and I think, I believe Jason's US now. I think he's in the US now. But anyhow, yeah. So that's kind of how we're doing that. Polymaker is the standard Polymaker thing. If you're US, Canada, I think you get a gift card. If you're outside of that range, I believe I'll have to look at the rules again and quote those rules, like print them out and be reading them and quoting them. But I think it's US and Canada. You get the gift card and you just go online, pick it out, use the gift card, and go. If you're anywhere else in the world, uh, you're gonna yeah. I'm gonna fill out the form. You're gonna fill out the form. It's gonna go over to Joel at uh, Polymaker, and once a week he processes all those, and they'll get something. Um, yeah, love me some pirate ship. There you go. You highly recommend pirate ship, saves a ton of shipping for you. Okay, and that's the thing is I haven't done like my shipping has been USPS and UPS, and so I need to start looking at other options because if I'm going to start doing some shipping and doing like either Etsy orders or what have you, then I'm going to need to figure out some shipping. Um, yeah, saves you a crazy amount of shipping, especially internationally. Yeah, there you go. They use US or UPS or USPS. There you go. Okay. Thanks, Wick Allen. I'll look into that. Or Wick Allen. I'll look into it. Um, so one thing I also want to notice or let you guys know, you're seeing a banner up here. Welcome to the Dragon Den with a dragon that you're seeing on the anniversary announcement and everything. Soon, working through the last bits of the artwork and stuff, but soon you're going to start seeing a complete rework of all the badging and the branding on the channel. Okay. Um, Digital Dragon 3D LLC is active, it's real. Got that stood up at the end of last year. We've now, we're working through setting up some other things. So that is a big thing. Hey, Timor, thank you for subscribing for 20 months in a row. That is amazing. Thank you for the Bezo bucks. I love that. Appreciate it. Oh, we got an ad starting in a few seconds here. But that's some of the big stuff that's going on. We'd have the giveaway stream this Saturday. I haven't written it anywhere. I haven't announced it, only during my streams. And I'll probably make an announcement in the Discord as well. If we complete a level 10 hype train on the stream, I'm going to be doing a tablespoon, heaping tablespoon of spicy habanero salsa from Pex Peppers. And while I'll open up a new form, a second form, it's going to be US only because I will, on completing a level 10, I am shipping a winner a Solval SV06. So we'll get that form released and open to everybody that's on the stream currently. I'm not going to do one of those things where it's like, hey, we're an hour and a half in, we hit the level 10 hype train. Now I'm going to wait 3 hours and give away a printer at the end of the stream. No, there's other things that we'll be giving away, like the Rook kit and the box turtle. I want the people that were there for the level 10 hype train that supported the channel and got the level 10. You're the ones that are having the opportunity to get in here. And if you're yeah, like I said, unfortunately, it's going to be US only because I am shipping it directly. I have zero idea. Like, I seriously think that trying to ship that thing overseas may be more than what it cost me for the printer. So I will look for other things because once again, my Twitch stream anniversary is in February or in January. My birthday's in February. Last year, I combined the two near my birthday in February, and I couldn't get this much response from vendors because it's during the Chinese Lunar New Year, and most of the vendors that were overseas weren't supporting because they weren't going to be able to ship. They don't want people winning stuff and then not being able to ship for a couple of weeks, right? Hello, Mrs. Dragon. Welcome in. Somebody's bringing me my next set of coffees. I've only had one cup of coffee so far today, so this was definitely neat. And oh, there. You saw my note that I did for you? Awesome. You're welcome. So long story short, we're supposed to be working on a printer and I am stalling like crazy. I am stalling. Hey Manly Mutt, only one so far. Is it 9 a.m. there? No. So it is now 6:30 p.m. So here's the thing. Normally I drink 2 cups of coffee during the day, and then I grab another cup of coffee while I'm waiting for my wife, who is kind enough to do our streaming order. You go, well, what's the streaming order? Well, the streaming order is ooh, normally an extra large. It looks like we're using up some points because, or no, this is an extra large Dunkin' and 10 Munchkins. It's like the standing streaming order. And doing that 3 days a week, where I'm having multiple cups of coffee again, it's messing with me. And eating Dunkin' Donuts 3 days a week is also messing with me in different ways. So, yeah, I'm up about 15 pounds. We need to stop that. Otherwise, I'm going to have to reprint parts of the Mando armor. Um, so yeah, it's more of I'm trying to drink a little bit more water. Uh, I'm coming in. I got to go back in a couple of weeks for my 5-year. Uh, I'm overdue. I got a nasty letter saying, "Hey, don't forget you have to come in for this." But my 5-year anniversary from my gastric bypass surgery was for October. Um, so yeah, I'm apparently overdue for a lot of things. Like I missed my gastric bypass. I haven't had an annual physical in 3 years, and I haven't had my eyeglasses redone in 2 years. And during that 2-year time, like December 29th, or excuse me, November 29th and December 6th of last year, I had eye surgery. I had cataracts removed. This prescription, these are my new glasses, same frame, well, same brand style frame, but new prescription. And yeah, it's way different. It's way different. I don't have to like lean way over and squint as much to read the tiny words on the. But you can start seeing some of it here. I'll flip over to the bench side view. Um, we were working on the EnderXY again. We built this. We had a couple of prints on it. They looked decent, and then it started going bad. And I put it on the shelf, moved on to the next build, and there it sat. And now what we've done is we took things apart. We swapped the front bed mounts out. These are CNC aluminum pieces. We swapped these out for some printed pieces. You're like, well, why? I didn't technically have to swap these out. I could have left these on there. I chose to swap them out because I kind of like the looks of these a little bit better. Okay. Um, I may go back to these. Who knows? We'll see. But what we did, and I'll flip this around and show you, was we needed to add a 330 or 370 millimeter 2040 extrusion back here. Now I had a 330 sitting around, so I didn't have to cut one. This is actually the Y piece, probably from this printer, that I used back here to do that cross member. Now we're using some corner blocks from an Ender 5 in here. Okay, these are literally the corner blocks from the top of an Ender 5 that are in here right now. So I just have one on each side holding this in. I've got some 2020 like flat faced um, corners, and I'm going to mount those on the outside as well as on both of the inside corners. Probably, we'll see. And that will um, strengthen this up a lot more. Now, the reason you need that 2040 is for this motor mount. Um, this is a, what is it, a 4230, how are those things? 4234. Standard Creality motor. I thought I had given all of mine over to MakerMind Nexus and was scrambling going, oh my God. Well, I still had the full X gantry from the Ender 5 that I converted to a 0G Mercury 1 downstairs, the Ender 5 Plus. So this was that X motor. Normally those motors have pressed on gears. This one didn't. So I was able to take the standard GT2 20-tooth pulley off and put a coupler. Now this is still the spring coupler. I hate these with a passion. I ordered a couple of more of these clamping style that we have up here on the Z-axis. The day they were supposed to show up, Amazon sent me a notice of refund. I'm like, what do you mean notice of refund? The only thing I can think of is the package got damaged. They probably did it in an envelope and it somehow got squirted out of the envelope. And twice now, Amazon has delivered me a empty envelope with a hole in it. And, you know, not for this part, but for other things in the past. And I've gotten kind of nasty with them about it. So I reordered the same exact thing. And so hopefully those come in here in a couple days. Exactly, Mr. Wood. Like, oh, craziness. And yeah, metal parts. There's a lot of metal parts on this. I liked the fact that there were a lot of CNC metal parts on this. The thing that I didn't like was without having the third lead screw here, this thing teeters bad, right? We have anti-backlash nuts on both of these, and we had anti-backlash nuts on both of them beforehand. And I just realized that this one side completely, well, that's interesting, squirted out. So I'm going to have to take this darn thing back off and get that seated again. Neither here nor there. But well, God, words on street. Hey, Waters, how's it going? But this would tilt right on this plane. So when it's going through and doing bed leveling, right? We're using a BL Touch. It's going up and down between each probe point, and that bed's rocking each time. So you can't really get a good bed level, and that's what I was running into. So we're doing the triple lead screw mod, which will give us 3 different motors running the bed. Now you could do something like a bamboo, or let me see, a bug boo, where you've got 3 lead screws but only 1 motor driving it, and have a belted Z. That would work. That would work really well. But you would have to redo a bunch of stuff, and it's one and done, right? Meaning you're back to doing the knobs, and you can't adjust with a like here we'll be able to do Z tilt adjust. Of course, once I take this off and fix this lead screw mount, because the anti-backlash isn't on there right. But that's a different thing. Trying to sit here and think. I'll probably undo it from here, pull it up, and work that. I do have the M4 locking nuts in here. I did that right before stream. And the umbilical cable here rather than going on the side, like we have it here, it's going to be able to go right down the rear. So we'll have an umbilical that goes down the rear and can then be brought in at the back underneath side here, along with our bed cables. And then that's where we're going to have our next problem, right? Um, when we had this before, the way the kit ships and what I've done, um, we have two Z motors, um, the X motor and the extruder motor working all up here, and or excuse me, the AB or XY, AB, two Z's, and the extruder. So you normally keep the same board, whether it's Creality or go with Big Tree Tech uh, SKR Mini E3V3 board, right? And you would run these in parallel on the same Z axis. Means you don't have any Z tilt, you just go up. I was trying Z tilt, it was making things worse, right? So what I did was we upgraded to a SKR was this SKR3EZ board. And of course it's the EZ, so we had the EZ drivers, and it allowed for the CB1, which was nice. This is an all-in-one package, and it was mounted to the front here. And then I was using a different screen, so I basically created or modified a mount so that this would also be screwed in through the same bolts. And so this whole thing is screwed in here with these M5 bolts. The problem is we now have 3 lead screws. So I need a 6th driver, which means this setup doesn't work anymore. So that means that this whole setup here won't work. Now I can still use this screen and run Clipper screen if I go with like a Manta MP8, right? The problem is I don't have one of those, and I don't want to buy another board. And I would have to redesign a new mount for something here anyhow. So what do I have? Well, recently we um, we installed a out of the way. That's right where I'll knock it over. Recently we installed a Leviathan in our um, LDO Motors Voron 2.4 kit. And that's the one that's going to go visit Waters here sometime soon. I need to get the latest version of the software on it from the or for the Box Turtle and test it out one more time. Amazon failing packaging. Dude, I kid you not. I'm trying to think, what was it that I got? I can't even remember what, oh, it was it the bearings? So I got some bearings. Like literally it was that's even too big of a it was bad. It was about like getting two of these cases in a plastic bag in a box. So two of these in a plastic bag, right? And then that plastic bag was in a box. And I'm like, you're kidding me. Nothing else. No packing material, nothing. Just two things in a baggie, baggie thrown in a box. And that's the way, and I'm like, you're kidding me. The way these guys are picking, I like that should have been a padded mailer. Would have been a lot less money and everything else to get it, but they shipped it in this huge box. I'm like, you guys are killing me. Um, and the fact that I'm getting like 4 deliveries the same day out of the same order. And I say 4 deliveries because it's 4 different packages that they deliver because it's all coming out of different distribution centers rather than bringing it into the one because there's one like across town from me. So why they're shipping it from 4 different centers and then, you know, packaging, you know, I don't know. It's Amazon doing Amazon, but yeah. Yeah, we need something with 6 because there's a lot of things that are coming out Core XY with triple lead screw. And now don't get me wrong, my bugaboo, right? Which is the Bugaboo project by Roll 17. You can go out and get it on um printables. Yeah, I believe it's on printable. That project is basically taking a lot of parts from an Ender, and it's a 2020 frame, and it uses uh, linear rods, and it's basically a budget bamboo P1, P1S, or P1P, P1S, X1 carbon. Right? It's all linear rods, so no carbon rods. But that thing, I will sit it on the counter or sit it on a bench in the dining room. We'll get ready, and I need to print a bunch of stuff for, say, uh, Toys for Tots or whatever. I put it on the kitchen table. Wife loves that when you put it on the dining room table. That's where the 2.4 going to evocate, by the way. So I'll put it on the table. It's been off for months. Plug the power in, you know, wipe everything down, clean the bed, probably take it off and really wash it because it's got dust and crap on it, and just reprint. I haven't had to level that thing since I built it, and I've had it for a year and a half, 2 years now. So I mean, that's an amazing printer, and it's a triple lead screw single motor, just like a bamboo. And I have yet to have to re-level that bed. It's amazing. Um, are there driver expansion boards? Um, well, yes. Big Tree Tech does make driver expansion boards. They also do things, well, not they, but there's ways that I can say, um, what am I looking for? Okay, so we can run an SKR, what is this? SKR 1.4 turbo and an SKR mini or the SKR EZ. I can take this board and put it right in next to the other one. The only difference there is now I've got to run power to a second board, so I have access to these. Um, Now um, the Annex Engineering K3 that sits down here, we'll see that one again soon, or not soon, but we'll see that one again this year, beginning of this year. That printer runs 2 boards. It's got I believe an SKR, the SKR E3V3 as the main board, and then it runs a Constellation Supernova as the secondary board, which uses a Raspberry Pi Pico as its MCU, and that's running all the 48-volt drivers. That's running the 5160s. Um, yeah, it's like, yeah, if I say, oh, ship it on my Amazon day. Yeah. Hey, I'm in the middle of a printer build and I've got 4 parts that I need. I want them here soon. I don't want to wait a week and a half so that I can get them all in one. I know it's some of it's my own fault. Some of it's the fact that I'm impatient and I don't want to wait. But yeah, something small in the box and one sheet of brown paper. Exactly. Oh yeah, that happens too, Waters. We actually tell them, hey, I want it on my Amazon day and less packaging, and they just ship all of them at the same time, but it still comes in multiple packages. Yeah, I love that one too. Pop out for a short bit. Okay, cool. So the decision was, since we swapped the Octopus out for the Leviathan in the 2.4 that's going to go over to Waters. And the reason we did that is because now that printer was a Rev C 2.4 kit. It's basically a Rev D now because it's running the Nighthawk self burner toolhead board and a Leviathan. So that gives me an Octopus board that I can use. Now, what I'm looking at is this is still on the mount. And I was like, hey, I wonder if I mounted a DIN rail here, if I could use it. And the answer is no. I would have to have like a 60 millimeter frame to be able to do it because the package here is too high. It won't fit within the 40 millimeter bounds. So I won't be able to DIN rail mount it, but this kind of can, I can sit here and look at it and do some planning. And I think what I'm going to do is something similar. Well, actually, let me bring this up first. This is the only, I'll say, underdeck setup that I've seen or have been able to find for the the EnderXY, right? Kind of a Trident-esque front. So this does stick off the front of the front extrusions. So it adds a little bit to the front. This front section here is where the power supply is. And then they've got the boards in the back near the fans. So this is kind of what they've got is the power supply underneath the front, which is why they need to come out the front because it's a very tight package there. And then in the rear, they've added the SKR Mini and the Raspberry Pi. Now, we won't be able to do this for the simple fact as we've got the extrusion in the back with the triple lead screw right in the middle here. So I plan on leaving the power supply sitting on that side rail. It's out of the way. It's within the confines of the printer. This is not going to be an enclosed printer. No harm, no foul. Now, what this is going to allow me to do, hey, I always have to look at this and go, Japrawabadabados. Wabadab. Yeah, Japrawabadab. There we go. So what I'm looking at is we can take the Octopus. I'm going to use some of the other pieces from the LDO, like the wiring and stuff, because it came out of a 300 series. It's some of One of the things we're going to use is this little adapter cable that runs to the Raspberry Pi and provides power to the Raspberry Pi. So why do I want to make anything else up? And what I need to look at is, will this fit in the confines of this front section? And the answer is yes. So which way would I need to run this? I've got power on this side, and I'm going to have power plugs that stick out from this side some. So it may be able to go like this. All of my motors will be here, and then that puts all of my in-stop fans and everything else over here. Might be a little bit long, and I might have to re-extend some things, maybe not. Really, it doesn't matter. It looks like it's got 4 bolts in the 4 corners, so as long as I design a mount that this fits into, it's really at that minute, which do I decide I want to do? Um, Really, it doesn't matter unless I offset it one side or the other. Like I could offset this a little bit more towards the front because I've got my motors here and I've got nothing else that sticks out that side. Where on this side, my heater is going to come in on ferrules. So I am going to have wires that stick out the side here, where these are all going to be going up and down. So I can either work that where I push it closer towards the back and have all my motors come in and leave a little bit of space up front, maybe able to do some tie downs or something, probably along the front face of the case. But what I'm going to be looking at doing is creating a case that sits in this area with a bottom. Because this sits up on feet, I can even have it hang down just a little bit, potentially, or not, either way. And probably not. Maybe I'll just do the 40 millimeter. We'll have a place for our board to mount in here, and what we'll be able to do is use this and this. I'll need to cover this up. The plastic cover that I had was way too small. So I'll need to find a new plastic cover for this or do something to prevent any abrasions right here. But if I offset this over here to the side and kind of towards the back like this, then I'll be able to bring all my wires down here, power, 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 bed out, um, and bring them all nice and neat down the side and plug them in. Motors come towards the back. That's easy enough. I'll be able to bring this wire through the top gap and plug it into a Raspberry Pi that's most likely going to be on this back corner. I don't need to expose any of the ports because I normally don't use them. I just remote in via the Wi-Fi. So I could put something back here for mounting the Raspberry Pi, and I can do one single cover across the top, because what I can do is make a cutout here and it'll slide straight through the front because there's enough of a gap here that if I go from the 20 to the 20, slide it straight back, have a cutout for this, I can do one plate that comes across the top out of 3 millimeter ABS and just screw it down in a couple of places. And now I've got a good top cover on it. So I pull one top cover out. I've got one front piece, maybe one back piece. And then the front piece here, it'll be like a tray that slides in. And we'll put, the two mounting screws on each side. And I should be able to use a standard screen mount to just kind of ear off one side or the other. Kind of like a normal Ender 5 does, or Ender 5, normal Ender screen would. Now, I say that like bada bing, bada boom, it's done. There's no CAD that I've been looking for cases for this and can't find any. So I'm going to have to design a case. This is kind of the closest that I've seen. And he did it obviously in two parts that are joined together in the middle. This reminds me a lot of the Teaching Tech, whatchamacallit. In fact, that might be just a modify of the Teaching Tech case. We just won't be able to use the Teaching Tech case without some modifications if we try and move it towards the front. We'll have to see. And once again, the Teaching Tech case is designed for a Raspberry Pi and the either the Creality board or the SKR Mini E3 V3. What I'm actually going to have to do is create a case for an octopus, and it's going to have to be a single piece case most likely. I could possibly do it in two, but I'm probably going to try and print it in one big piece. And I can do that because I've got a whatchamacallit, a 350 Trident downstairs, and I also have a Ender 5 Plus, which is 370 by 370. So I've got plenty of room. I can print a full one because the gap between these rails is 250 millimeters. Add 40 on each side, that's another 80 millimeters. It's going to be 330 from ear cap to ear cap on this front face. So 250 by 125 is the depth of the box, and then 330 along the front for the ears. And that'll give me the front box. And once again, we'll just put a straight piece of 3 millimeter thick ABS down through here, and just put it down with a couple of like M3 by 8 button head screws, so they'll kind of disappear. Hey, how's it going, Shenanigans? Welcome in. You think you're going to get a K1 Max, Tim? By the way, Tim, welcome in. Okay. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I've got I heard some stuff about the K1. Actually, I heard a lot of bad things about the K1, and then the K1 Max fixed a couple of things. This right here is a K1C. Liked it. It works really, really well. What I'm interested to see is they're supposed to backport the Reality CFS to the K1 line. I don't know if it'll go to the K1 or just be the K1C and the K2, or not K2, K1 Max. Be interested to see how they do that. But this is the K1C, and soon it's going to have a friend. By the way, that's a 5 kilo sitting between. That's why I've been printing a bunch of status things out on this. Soon it's going to have a friend that may go right here, and the LH Stinger I'll have to find a new place for the Stinger. And the reason it'll go right here is so it's in the background, but it's going to be the Anycubic Cobra S1 with their ACE system. It's going to be their multicolor system. So that's going to come in and kind of go right here. So we're going to have our bamboos with the AMS. We'll have the Anycubic with its multi-material setup. We've got our box turtles over here on our Vorons. This sneaking in right here is our black box, which is a 5-head tool changer. Think like a Prusa XL, only a lot more robust. And then right next to that, which you can't see on the frame here, is the Rat Rig V-Core 4. This right behind here. Move this out of the way real fast. So that's the Rat Rig V-Core 4 that we will be doing a IDEX upgrade to. So this will be a multi-material as well with an IDEX. So that's coming. We got all the parts for it. We've got the kit for it. What'll have to happen is I'll move this off the screen over here because we're going to have to take the front, top, and side panels off to make it easier to get in there, and because we'll have to be messing with the belts and everything. So box turtles on everything. Yeah, I've got 5 box turtles. One's going to go with the 2.4 over to EPAX. One's going to get rebuilt to the latest spec parts, and it's probably going to be this one. I'm going to rebuild this one to spec parts, the LDO box turtle latest spec parts, and send it over to Zombie Hedgehog for some testing. That's what we were talking about earlier, is he just doesn't have the time to go through and do the build and everything. So I'm going to rebuild that to the latest spec and send it up to him. And then, yeah, that'll get some more stuff off of here so that we can get into working on this. And I'm not going to do that rebuild on stream. I'm going to do that off stream because I've got too many things to continue to literally, sounds bad, but wait for a stream to do things. That's what we're going to do. And I'm going to have to do some CAD. And me and CAD are, I'm fumbling. Well, let me rephrase it. I'm learning and fumbling around in the process. The other thing that I'm probably going to do is I need to try and figure out wiring through here. Like I said, I want to kind of leave a wiring channel down here for all of my wires. I think I'm going to bring it down the left side, bring this down the left side. So I'll probably have an extra cutout over here on the back panel to let that stuff come down and in, and then be able to mount it and bring it around, possibly with just some zip tie hold downs or like an integrated, but when was that? Which build was that we? The electronics box for the LH Stinger. And, you know, quite honestly, that's something we can do. The LH Stinger has a completely separate box. It uses a lot of Molex connectors, like larger size Molex connectors. Like there would be a daughter breakout board that sits on this printer somewhere that everything on the printer connects to. And then there would be like three cables that come out of that and go over to this separate box that you can move around and sit on the side. That would be cool, especially if they made that standalone control box and that daughter board as a separate setup. Do. Because I would be able to make all the cables on the printer as long as I had like the daughter box or the daughter breakout board to the electronics box. That's easy. You can set all that up easy. Because that uses a spider, which is pretty darn close to an octopus. You know, easy enough to do the pinouts in there. Hey, Shrimp Father, welcome on in. How's it going? You need to build one already? Yeah, well, they're coming out, and the boxes are pretty nice. The box art on them is really cool. You probably print the. I can't print the top cover in one piece on the rat rig because this rat rig is only a 300. So we know this is going to be 330 side to side. Even if we take 20 or 40 off, that puts it at 290. Doing anything like 290 on a 300 bed, it's too close to the edge. It's not going to go well. You can print it out on the 350 Trident or the 370, the Ender 5 Plus, but would you really want to print it out, or do you want to just cut it out? Because quite honestly, I could heat cut the dimensions on my table saw and then do the I could lay out the holes. I could literally cut the whole thing out on the Shapeoko, or I could like sheet cut to dimensions and just have it do cutouts for like the area in the back to cut around where the motor mount would be, plus a little extra gap here to run the wire, the cable chains through. That would be one way to do it. Because that would be the only thing, would be that, and then locating holes for the screw downs on 4 corners. Yeah, cutting it out's the better option. It would be a lot easier to do that because that's basically just doing a layout SVG. You don't even have to really do the you don't have to do like an extrusion or anything like that. You just lay it out, do an SVG or a DBG or EXG, WG, whatever, a drawing layout that you can import into Carbide Create or whatever tool you're using for your CNC machine and fill it out because you can do all your CAD and CAM in that. Hey, Zombie, you're back. Yeah, you can't really do edge to edge, and trying to print something that it would be basically 290 wide, probably 290 deep on a 300 bed, it just doesn't work out. You never have good heat soak all the way to the edge of the bed, and you'll get peel up and warping on it. So that's why I would say I would do that on the 350 if I was going to print it. But why print a large sheet? It's just easier to cut sheet. Try and print a large sheet. Um, but anyhow, I need to design some type of box like this. Um, like I said, I don't think I can get away with doing this. This works because there's a joint in the middle. And if this is anything like the one that Teaching Tech did, there's like a 50 millimeter long M3 screw that goes. Whoops, I'm sitting here talking like you guys are seeing what I'm doing. I need a box in this type of design where it's got the front flaps, it's got the side pieces, but this is printed in two separate pieces. And these two pieces are brought together. And down this center seam here, um, that you can see like right here where my um, cursor is, that is most likely a 35 to 50 millimeter long M3 socket head bolt. And trust me, because I did the Teaching Tech one on the back of my Ender 3. Works great, but I can't use this setup. I need a full length box because of the size of the Octopus, right? So what I would do would be build the box, line up, and have some extruded studs that I could put M3 heat set inserts into to mount the Octopus down to. And then what I could do on the side here is possibly have a couple of heat sets down here that I can put in the printable the printable cable troughs. Either that or just say the hell with it and grab the cable trough that I have if it's not too tall and run cable trough in here just for cable management. There's all different ways that you can do it. It's how much you want to mess with. Put it into Tinkercad and let the butchering begin. Yeah, I wanted to design it in Fusion because I'm trying to build skills up in. Um, I have designed a couple of parts in Fusion that have worked well for other projects. In fact, I designed a couple of parts for the black box because I've got a weird kind of one-off thing. But what I need to do is go back and look at the black box build and or the build that I did for black box and kind of wrap my head around it again and look at doing this. Yeah, and it's just one of those things that I've got to get used to Fusion because I need to design more things. Um, but yeah, this is just looking at printables. I can look at things and see if there's any other designs. I'm just trying to find some designs out there. Um, because once again, we've got the box here for the basic metal piece, and I don't know how this was designed, so I'm not sure if I can pull just these pieces out and try and extrude it, push, pull it, do all that good stuff. So it's probably I'm just going to completely redesign it from scratch. And I'd like to, if possible, do it in one piece. Um, just simply because. Now, it makes sense to make it in two pieces so that you can print it on the printer itself. Because not everybody's going to have a printer that is big enough to print a 330 millimeter wide piece. Um, just much cleaner on the bottom versus the side. What do you mean with that statement, Waters? Yeah, black box is interesting because where the front of the printer is, like the front door, is not the front of the printer. The front of the printer from the printer's mind is the right side of the printer looking back at the tool changer. That's the hard part is you got to wrap your head around that. Felt like there's more room on the side or the back for electronics to me. Well, yeah, and so in this thing, or in this design, they've side mounted the power supply. I'm keeping this. I'm fine with it sitting there. It's dead space. It's no big deal. You could probably do some type of mount over here on this side, but the thing that you've got to worry about is this plate right here. Um, it's in the way. So there, the CNC stuff is nice, but this CNC plate means that you can either mount your electronics up higher and bring all your motors and stuff down and up, but you've got to deal with how do you move things around this plate. I think the cleanest wiring path would be to run the wires down the left side here and right down into the bottom deck and cover the whole deck piece up. That would be the cleanest look. Now I'd have to figure out something for the X because right now the end stop for the X is mounted on this rail over here. So this is the end stop mount. What would make more sense is flip that where this is a stop block, and rather than have the end stop mounted here, mount the end stop to the back of this piece. Now, I could probably do that because this piece right here is a CNC metal piece. I'm not using the standard Ender tool head. Right? I probably could. I could grab the tool head off the darn Ender 5 and use it and just deal with it and go with that. But I'm running the H2 V2S Lite or whatever on here, and I really don't want to redo it. I could though. I could go back to the main mount and just put a standard Creality tool head on here. Maybe swap it out with either a Revo or something like that. But it would still be, this is now a end stop that is moving that needs to be accounted for with the wires. Where if everything on the tool head is going in a single umbilical down the back, if I move the end stop to this plate somewhere and then just put the stopper or the trigger pod here, then the wiring for said end stop goes in this umbilical down and around. So we're gonna have to do that. That's similar standard mod to where on the um like a Voron, normally the XY pod sits at the bottom over here and we can move some of those around and just put a trigger in the normal XY pod spot and run everything full headboard. Also, with this design that I have here, I can't do a tool headboard because it's a NEMA 14 size mount. I would have to figure out, I mean, I guess I could, but I would have to really figure out and redo an entire tool head to make that work. And I'm not redesigning this. Whoops, wrong one. I'm not going to redesign this whole tool head, right? I'm going to set this up, keeping the umbilical going down through the back. So I will take this, figure out how to mount it on this backside here. And if I can mount it on the backside here, then I should have the ability to still trigger it against this pod. I just probably have to redo this trigger piece and pull it out some. So I'll have to figure this corner out. That's doable. All of this is going to then come down the back pot or the back side here. And my Y end stop and my Z end stop will still come down the side here. And I'll just loop it around and bring it into the backside. I could also change the sensor list potentially. Um, I would still need something to trigger this stoppage because right now, if I take off this end stop, it's going to come all the way over until it crashes and it may crash up against the pulley before it hits the metal part because there is kind of a cutout there specifically to enable the end stop. It's doable. I would just have to figure out a stopping part there. Um, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I would do something like that as well. I would either so this I like this setup. This is their, like I said, the H2V2S Lite. It's a really cool setup. It goes really well. It's basically got an extended. It uses a like their version of an M4 volcano nozzle. So it's got a larger melt zone. It does print really well. Um, so I don't really want to take this off and completely redesign it. I could. Um, I can tell you I'm not going to do a Bowden setup. Anything I do is going to be um, a direct drive tool head. Who did what? I don't know. Nobody did anything. Yeah, but should be a few options from Rollahan printers. Yeah, could be. How's it going, Ram? So what we've been talking about is I've been severely procrastinating. We haven't done squat on this printer today, other than just talk through the problems and what we've done so far. So what we've done so far is we've installed the printed front pieces. These are optional. You don't have to use these. I chose to use these, as well as the printed back piece to give me the triple lead screw. That now means that we have 6 motors and my standard SKR3 Easy with 5 drivers doesn't work. I need one more. So I need to go to an MP. Is there an MP6? Remember if there's a Big Tree Tech MPC. I guess I should probably add Manta. I don't think there's an 4, 5, or an 8. Yes, we either have to get an MP8, which would allow us to run a CB type module or a compute module 4. I don't have one. Well, let me rephrase that. I have one. It's on the it is over here. Yeah. It's over here and it's already being used on the 0G. You know, that's no, I'm not going to redo that because that would require me to do a head unit swap, a screen swap. I could, yeah, I'm not doing that. And I don't want to buy another board just to do that. So we're going to use the Octopus that we pulled out of the LDO 2.4 when we put the Leviathan in. So I need to create a case that fits in this. This is 250 by 125 by 330 for the front plate so that I can mount it on both front corners. And if need be, I can add another hole in the back here to provide some support in the front or in the back. But we want to create a box in here that we can mount our Octopus in. We can create another box in the back that we can bring our power into and our, put our Raspberry Pi or whatever in the back here. And we'll have a single plate that will cut that goes over the top out of 3mm ABS that will cover this top piece. Can't sleep, time to bug you all. Cool, awesome. Hello, Tiny. Tiny, hi. Awesome. My OBS bot camera went. Not listening. There we go. It's back now. Hi guys. Why not just a bracket that holds a DIN rail? Because a DIN rail going across this 4040 with an Octopus on a DIN rail like that, it sticks up too high, and now the heat sinks are going to be above the 4040. I did check that out. The only way I could do that is if I use some sort of drop bracket and drop it beneath, and I don't want to drop it beneath the feet. The way they do that on like an ender wire, it basically turns the 4040 into 4060. That's how they get around that. And I don't want to go around trying to do that because remember, an ender is 30 series frame. So it's a 3060 side piece on the, or not an ender, but a switch wire. Yeah, M8P and M5P. So there is no 6. So I'd have to do an 8P. And I don't want, yeah, it's all you can hear is scope creep. It's going to be, it should be easier and quicker for me to create a little box. The hard part, I can create a box. I can do a 250 by 125 box with 4 screw holes. I can do that. It's creating the flaps here that's going to be the harder part for me. And adding everything else I want to add into it. Now, does it need to be ABS? No, I'll probably do it out of PETG. Um, but we'll see. And thank you for the following, Ilstara. Welcome in, and thank you for chatting. How's it going? Building a Voron 2.4 currently. Cool. I got several 2.4 builds. Are you self-sourcing or are you building from a kit? Currently printing a hexagon torture test, making baskets. Sweet. All right, laters. Have a good one. Yeah, thinking of the Mercury One style drop brackets, but once again, that drop bracket uses a it's got a printed side on it, which with printed feet. So if I go to something like what this individual had here, um, bring up full display. So if I go to something like what this guy did for the front piece, then it's got separate foot brackets, right? If we spin this around, right, it's got foot brackets. So this is basically taking an Ender or some type of Voron foot bracket and using this to, right? So this fits on the front, this locks into the bottom, and it gives you a foot bracket. That raises your whole front. So I could do like this front piece, and then I've got to figure out the foot bracket for the rear piece to make it the same height. Actually, it might be the same. No, it won't be. This is a drop under. So I'd have to do some type of bracket on the back because once again, being a triple lead screw, I've got to have an extrusion on the back. So I don't think this same foot would work on the back side because I'm assuming that they're using this both front and back for this design. So we got as far as files, front right, front left, egg. Billy. Oh, let me tell you how much I hate this. Your tolerance is not right, or if you're using, I don't know, standard crappy Creality extrusion, trying to take these and slide them onto 4040, I'd rather go have a root canal without any Novocaine ring. So this would be the center pieces. This would be your hexagon pattern centerpiece. That would go between those two fronts. So you need one on the front, possibly one on the back. And then you'd have the front right and left lids. That would be the ventilation area that goes over the top of this front section, which would be where you're mounting your power supply in this guy's case. The feet peg. And it would be great if this individual had the step files. He did not provide the step files and flat out said, do not ask because I do not have them. So this is the covers. Cover insert, strain relief. So what I'm not seeing is rear enclosure left. Okay, here we go. This is the left and right enclosure. Once again, they're doing, if you're doing a, just like the brick, or not the brick, but the straight angle here. So this straight angle is just pushing into the 2020. This side over here is sliding in. So once again, this is a half-shaped for the 2020 slot. Hopefully it's toleranced well. Otherwise, it could potentially be fun trying to push it in. And then once again, here's the one screw that is going to screw between this side and the other side to provide the strength. Now, there's a potential that I could go through and carve these out and kind of reuse them and just do the two sides. Whoops. That worked. One rear cover, the other rear cover. That's the left. How about if we look at the right? So the left side would be, yeah. What I'd have to do is kind of cut out this support piece. And kind of use that interleave, get rid of all of the thingamabobbers here, the little mounting nodes, get rid of all of those and devise one for the overall octopus. Semi, somewhat, maybe doable, but still painful. It would just be easier for me to create a box and try and make it. Oh, ad break. Yep. Trying to organize a big batch of PET GCF that you like into the store. I'll have to get you some. We'll finally meet up. What brand? Or can you tell me? Yeah, if you got some say black PET GCF, because I want to just keep the whole bottom black, I'll definitely come get some. Probably be eating or probably be ordering 100 kilos of meat. God. Mini file is your friend when it comes to sliding that on. No, that's the thing. There's no steps or there's no step file here. So I would basically have to bring it into Tinkercad, kind of do everything in Tinkercad, and I'm not. I'm going to build it in Fusion. I'm just going to build it in Fusion because I know the size of the area I'm working with, so I can build the basic box. It's more of the front end-to-end covers that I'm trying to do. And quite honestly, I can build the basic box with the cutout for the whatchamacallit, the cable pass through in the middle 4040. I can do that box with that cutout so I can protect the wires, and I can just mount it to the inside and just use caps to cover the corner pieces. Nothing says I have to have a the little wings on either side. Well, like I said, doing this right here, I would have to do so much to fix this to make it work. I would much rather um, just build. Um, it would be so much easier just to build a straight box in CAD. Do another box here with a cutout. So I either have a hole in the back side of the box that I can do as a pass through. I can add a couple of mounting holes here to mount it into the 2020 or the 2040 and call it good and just put caps on the fronts here. I mean, I took caps off the back to put the 3030 or the 330 millimeter. So I can put these caps on the front and just do a box closed or, a straight sided box. I don't have to make the little wings to screw it into the front. I mean, quite honestly, that makes more work for me. I could easily just do these covers here, right? Do a straight box that I do a couple of mounting holes, maybe one on each side and one or two in the back, and that will provide plenty of rigidity to it. And do my little nubs in the right spot, which I can extrude and do fillets, make it all pretty, and put heat sets in, mount my board in, right there, I'm good. I don't need to add anything else per se. If I could figure out how to do the little tunnels to make zip tie down points, I would do that. So it's built into the bottom. If not, like I said, I've got plenty of cable trough. I can just cut some cable trough and add cable trough in it, or I can add, some type of tie down point there. That's not a problem. But it's like how much pain do I want to introduce to myself to do this? That's the big thing. How much pain do I want to give to myself? Put a cap here, do the box for it, or potentially I can find a mount that will use a oh, what am I thinking? Do the mount because the screen that I have is coming off of a CB module, right? It's connecting, it's not a DSI, it's a SPI. I think it's an SPI screen. I can even still use that screen if I put a Big Tree Tech here you go. There's a Big Tree Tech CB1 on their Pi sled. So I can use this, power it using the Raspberry Pi cable. So power it off the 5-volt and GPIO pins. And because this is a CB1, it does not use the, it can't do DSI. So I'd have to do a different type of screen. Or I can put a Raspberry Pi in it and switch it to a DSI screen. There's things I can do. It's just how much pain do I want to cause myself, right? And I think I'm going to start with just the box here in Fusion. Then if I can figure out how to graft the wings on easily, I will. If I can't, then a box it is. Do a box with a cutout, and maybe actually just add a tunnel here. Who knows? I think that'll be somewhat easy because once again, I don't need a lid, right? So I need a base and 4 walls. Cut out here, cut out there, because once again, I'm going to have um, a flat sheet of ABS I'm going to put across it and just screw it down. That'll make it as easy as possible. Then on the back side here, I'll need another box, but it doesn't necessarily need to be full length. It just needs to be able to sit in here to hold the Raspberry Pi. So that should be relatively easy to do as well. Because I don't need to expose the ports in the Raspberry Pi. And it's just this triple lead screw right back here that makes this rear. But if this was stable enough, we didn't need the triple lead screw, then I would do a standard box in the back like what that guy had, and I could have the Raspberry Pi back here and mount mount the Octopus in the front, and then I can make it pretty. But yeah, it it is what it is. It it's just going to be easier, I think. I'm going to start off with this. I can start off with this. I don't know what the distance is here. I'll have to measure that to see what that is. It's of course 250 this way. And this is going to be a fully enclosed box, so I'll have to do some more cutouts. And it may just be cut a block out of this side, you know. But we'll figure it out. That's something I'm going to do. Wow, it's almost 8 o'clock, and I've done no real work, but just talked about the problems here and what we need to do problem wise to fix it. Um, we can try and bring up. Well, actually, I have Fusion up here. We can try and bring up Fusion and see if I can start muddling through it. Move this off the table because it doesn't really need to be there. So once again, it's a basic box. It's what I say, 250 across the front and 125 deep. Work is overrated. Agreed. Built over bought. I agree. God, yeah. So we're gonna need a sketch. We're gonna sketch on the flat. We're gonna need a box. Rectangle. And we need it to be 250 by 125. Out there, 25 at there. And we want it to be 250, right? And 125. There's our box, our bounding box. Hey, Chewy, how's it going? Lots of companies start out with a 2-hour meeting talking about what they want to do. Yeah. They officially done with the union meeting that started at 4:30. Oh my God. I'm sorry. I don't have the union thing. Howdy and happy Tuesday. Hey, Additive Adam, how's it going? Only Tuesday, oh dear. Yep. Now, I know there's what would I do an offset? Like offset? Like that? What do you guys think? 2 or 3 millimeter for the offset? 3 millimeter would make it pretty beefy. No, we at least need to go 2. That would give us like an M3 bolt to put it in with. That and 2 millimeter, that's what, 5 walls? So if we do 3 walls, It'll do 3 walls on the inside and the outside. That would give it basically solid sides, right? Um, yeah, I'm thinking 2 would work. It'll give us plenty of room on the inside. So we'll go with 2 millimeter walls. So there's our inner and our outer. Um, we need our, let me see, I can do some measurements, but let me actually look at, see if Big Tree Tech has measurements. Tree Tech Octopus. There we go. Really? Can we not just, okay, Big Tree Tech Octopus. This is not an Octopus Pro. So 1.1. Don't think that changes much. Hardware. 90 millimeters between centers, 150 millimeters between centers, 160 overall. So we're going to need some gap around the edge to be able to, I don't know, put some things in. We will definitely, if need be, well, we shouldn't have to reflash this card. It's got Clipper on it, but we'll probably reflash it to the latest and greatest version of Clipper. So we'll flash it. Hey, I don't know, maybe we'll do that on the rig before we mount it up. Get me some extra, um, get me some coffee. Throw the camera, main camera. Yeah, you can see my head. Hey, everybody. Um, you'll be carrying Polymaker's full line in the new space. Nice. Okay, so it's 100 millimeters this way. Um, probably what I'll want is the, let's see, the size of an SD card. Well, we won't need the SD card. We won't. I just know we won't. So we'll probably want about, you see what gap I'm with. A 20 millimeters from the um, right hand side. Five millimeters. 20 will be 25. Well, but yeah, if we do um, circle, put it here. It's going to be so 3 millimeter circle for a, well, this is going to be a circle, a mounting lug for the heat set insert. What is it? These are 3, 4, 5, so they're 5 millimeters thick. We want to make that a what, 4.5 to allow that to heat set in there. We've got that. We're going to start playing with some dimensions. Let's center there. Seriously? I see one. circle. Up in the 4.5. Grab that. Center, come 5. Here. 4.5. So what we did is we've laid out our 4.5 millimeter holes. These are going to allow us to put our heat set inserts in, which are 3 millimeter inside diameter, threaded for an M3, 5 millimeter on the outside diameter, and then 4 millimeter deep. So what that's going to allow us to do is, with it being 4.5, it'll let us center it well. We'll have a little bit of meat on each side that will melt out of the way as we're inserting the insert. We shouldn't have a whole bunch in the bottom. It was a good meeting, not all bad. I'm doing pretty good, Chewy. Like I said, I'm in this spot where I need to create a box to hold this darn uh, board, and I'm just trying to figure it out, for lack of a better term. Um, it's it's going to be interesting. I'll put it that way. It's going to be interesting. Um, so what I need to do is get some dimensions now, and from here to here, I want that to be 25 millimeters, right? So I don't want it all the way up against the end in case I need to get in and get that SD card in or out. So I don't want to have to pull it all the way out. I shouldn't need to plug in because I'm gonna pull power via GPIO. Ooh, crap. So is this only pulling power or? Yes, this is only pulling power via GPIO. That's weird. Maybe I won't use their little power cable. I will pull power. We'll figure something out. We want to connect this up. I don't want to use USB if I don't have to connect this up. So 25 millimeters from the edge. We'll see. Maybe we'll increase that. So 25 millimeters from there. This one is also going to be 25 millimeters, right? We also want this one to this one being 90. And this one to this one is 150. 90 this way, 150 this. Okay. So this one one this one, this one. There we go. So we've got our 4 corners. The hell with it. It'll be fine. Okay, so we've got our circles laid out. We've got our box shape laid out. We've got a 2 millimeter uh, wall gap all the way around. We've got our holes laid out. They're 4.5 millimeters, 4.5 millimeters wide. Yeah, in diameter. Hey, Manly Mutt, how's it going? Hez live live with a special message. You got partner. She made partner? Awesome. Congrats to Pez Liz. We'll have to jump over there. I am so happy that she made partner. That's awesome. That is awesome. Okay, so we've got that laid out. And this should be 250 millimeters, 125 deep. So that's a box that's going to go completely inside the dimensions of the front of our thing here. Makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? So what we just did was we laid out the box to fill in this dimension, right? We didn't do anything to cover up the ends yet. We'll worry about that later. Either I'm just going to put the plastic caps on them and cover it up, or one side or the other, I may put a display mount if we're going to have a display on this. Now, what I want to do is cut out this. So I need to know this when I do the wall. And actually, let's do. Those are our extrusion, or the nubs that we're going to do. Now, these are the holes. What we need is we need some holes that are a little bit bigger than those so that we have some wall thickness to create the standoffs, right? Because we're going to want a little bit of a standoff there, really to let any of the underlying nubs not be in the way. Also, by just thickening up that piece where the standoff is, the overall bottom doesn't need to be 4 millimeters. We can make the bottom 3 millimeters and maybe raise those holes up 2 millimeters. That way we could drop it 4 mil. We have 5 millimeters to play with in the depth of the holes. So we've got the nubs here. We do want to add another circle, an offset to these. So an offset to this. And we want that offset to be, say, 2 millimeters. I mean, it probably doesn't need to be that big, but I would much rather have a little bit of meat there than not. It would be great if I didn't. And I know I probably don't. I know I can just. Probably could have clicked all 4 of them, done the offset. But once again, I'm sitting here new to Fusion. I'm just happy I'm getting stuff laid out on paper. So we've got this laid out here. We've got our standoff mounts. We'll have a little bit of room on this front edge. Got these laid out. I think we're ready to extrude and do some bodies. do that, I need to go to solid. So we're going to want 4 of these. Apparently, 1, 4 of those. Want to extrude. Yeah, let's do that again. 1, 2, 4. Want those 5 millimeters. Do another extrude. Do that there. My sketch. The bottom, I want this extruded. Let's go 3 millimeters. And then we're going to extrude the walls. This is 40 millimeters. I'm going to go a little bit deeper. So we'll go, well, no, let's do 40 millimeters. Then we're going to extrude these 1 millimeter. That'll give us 1 millimeter at the bottom of the holes. And so 1 millimeter at the bottom of these holes, just so that we've got then a fully flat base. Could be. Should give us a full flat base. And spot to mount our board. We mount it once again this direction. That should give us plenty of room to get all of our motor wires in. And then we'll have the extra room over here towards the front. So this is going to mount back here like this. That'll give us the extra room in the front to put in our connections for the heater. We'll have all of our power connections over here. And then the rest of our wires we should be able to bring in, come around, and mount in place. We'll have some room over here on the box that we can either maybe do some type of cable tie, maybe just stick a couple of things down and do some cable tie. I don't know. I don't want it to look too pristine. I plan on using UART. I don't plan on using this port because in order to use that port, I would have to move it over. Like I would have to almost center it to be able to plug things in and out, because either that or get a 90-degree plug. Because of the way that the USB ports are, you'd almost have to put this all the way over here just to be able to plug and unplug stuff out of the USB. I plan on doing UART. We did offset this to the side a little bit. What I need to do is measure the distance for this gap because I'm going to have to do a cutout right here. So let me lay this on its back. And let's do a little bit of measuring here. Figure out where this cut is. So 15 to 55. So 15 millimeters to 55 millimeters. 40 millimeter gap. And it's 20 millimeters high. So 15 to 55. Need to go over here. So I need to do a sketch on this plane. So okay, so what I need to do is I need to create a box somewhere over here on this sketch. Kind of lay it out, and we want it to be 40 millimeters wide, 20 millimeters tall. And then we're going to offset it this way by, said 15 millimeters. So measure here to here. And I'm going to extrude. Ooh. I don't want it right at the bottom. So I also want a dimension from here to here, which is top. And I want that to be my thought was to have a solid bottom there and not basically not cut that wall directly out. So what I want is I want to change this one to 17 because we extruded the bottom 3 millimeters. So that gives me that 3 millimeter undercarriage, right? Because what I can do is I think I'm going to extend a plate here for that 40 millimeters. I'd really like to extend a box here, 40 millimeters. So if I'm basically trying to build in a spot for this, extrude it out, do an offset, and extrude a cut through, right? That would be the best way to. So let me put this back to 20. Then I want to extrude this way, 40 millimeters. So on this sketch, well, before I do that, let me do a offset this. inside. That's the thing that gets me is that offset then because that would create a dip in the bottom shelf so it wouldn't be a full. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Lost Ink. My bad. Yeah, it's Pro Streamer there. That's why Pezliz made partner and I didn't. Yeah, shout out Pezliz, definitely. And that did not work for you, did it, Chewy? So let me do a shout out for Pezliz. There we go. AK2, how's it going? Or I'm sorry, R2 Builder. How's it going? Welcome back in. So I'm trying to think. So I want a like a millimeter and a half or 2 millimeter gap here. And I was trying to do a 3 millimeter base. You know what? We're just gonna undo. We want to offset this 2 millimeters. Whoops, not 20. Good God. Um, yeah, 2 millimeters. Right. I think I know the easier way to do it. So I want to extrude this piece. I want to extrude that 40 millimeters. So that's going to make the trough, right? Then I want to take extrude this piece, and I'm going to do a negative 5 millimeters. And I'm going to do that as a cut. Yeah, that's going to make the box. Now we've got a little step there, but that's because on this, I want to change this. Go back. Extruded those first. Extruded this. This is the one. Only extrude that 2 millimeters instead of I don't think I did what I something is So that's the cut. I did something wrong. So, so I did an extrude. Okay, so that is putting it up 5 millimeters. Then we did that extrude 3. This is the one I want to change. Edit feature. That's what I want to do. Let's bring this down to 2. So we still got our base there. Okay. We go one more. That just be. That's back up to 3. Wouldn't that have changed? So confused. That's what I want. Anybody here can help me figure out what the hell I'm doing now. So we've got that done. Now if we roll forward one more, I think that was the cuts, but that looks like it's 3 millimeters. That's 2 millimeters. That moves it to 3. That adds the walls. That adds walls. Adding the 1 millimeter to the bottom. I think I'm doing this the hard way. Eat that. At this point, we extrude this. Millimeters. So we've got a full bottom. These are 5 millimeters up. Box. Sketch. Ending that. Doing a hole. Now there should be our box. Oh, that was painful. Okay. Now we probably I hear that, it's never good to have straight corners, that you want to chamfer things and fillet things and all that good stuff. So we're just going to work our way around. Fillet those corners. That corner. That corner. That corner. So we'll fillet all the inner corners. We'll do it by 8 millimeter. See what that looks like. See? Nice fillets. Also want to fillet fillet that corner, that radius. I'm going to fillet these radiuses by 1. That gives us some nice round little nubs that we're working with. Everything's raised. Did we do the outer corners as well? Add radii to the outer corners. Got radii on the inner corner. Probably add one on that edge. Millimeter on all of these. So we'll have some nice rounded edges so we don't catch anything. We're going to have a nice platform at the bottom there. That will, we'll have nice inner edges. We'll have a little radius right here. Now these aren't down. I don't think those are down enough because those, we put a 2 millimeter base on them. They're only 5 millimeters high, so that's only 3 millimeters deep. You need to edit those feet. Edit feature. Bring that up to 6 millimeters. Now give us a little bit better standoff there above the deck. Probably want to hit all of these inner corners as well with a fillet. Fillet, chamfer, whatever. How's this looking so far, Los Inc? We'll of course have to do some type of whatchamacallit for that. Oh, we need to do our other pass through as well. That might just be a cutout for now. To be, and we're going to do this to be able to run our. I have to get a smaller one, smaller ruler, to be able to do the cutout at the top. I guess we don't need it. We can technically run everything down around this back edge. Let me see something. We set this back up. Put this here, and we use the LDO cable. Doesn't give us much room. Around and plug it in. Yeah, we're going to need to go through the top channel. So at the very least, I'm going to have to do a cutout to allow for that top channel. I don't think I want to do a like I don't want to do a sorry, I need it like a half size ruler. What I'm trying to do is measure this distance here, which should be right in the middle, right? So if this is 250, 125 should be right in the middle. 20 millimeter gap. So 125 minus 10 would be 115. Be where we'd want to set that one up at. So let's go back to this, turn that sketch on. Okay, so we'll want another little cutout up here. Whoops. We'll want another little cutout up here at the top. And on this point, I'm not going to make a channel. I'll just, whatever wires I come through here, I'll put tape on or something, or I'll create a secondary channel, something there. I just want to make the cutout in the box up here. And it's going to be center line on the sketch. And it's going to be, how deep is it? Not even fully 10. About 7 millimeters deep. So we need to, on the sketch, go. That's what I'm on the sketch. We want another rectangle up here somewhere. Going to be 20 millimeters wide and 7 millimeters deep. And then we're going to dimension it from this edge this edge. And we said that it's 125 would be in the middle, minus 10, so it'd be 115. That should center that cutout, which should be the center right here because that's the Y. I keep talking like you guys can see. So there's the gap right here is where the Y rail normally sits on the ender. So I'm gonna make a cutout for this gap here so that we can at least use that as a pass through underneath our top deck. And we'll be able to bring in this wire here that'll provide power over to our Raspberry Pi, or either just power or power and UART, or we decide to run it. So hopefully I haven't lost everybody. So we're going to do this. Now we want to come back to solid. We're going to extrude this. And we're going to extrude it -5. Do it as a cut. Okay. And let's see if, yes, that did a cut. That's good. Now what we want to do is probably come and fillet these as well, just because it's the right thing to do. UART is, so normally we're doing serial over USB. Here we're going to do serial over UART. It is slightly different. It's still serial communication between the Raspberry Pi, but we're connecting it via GPIO pins versus a USB to serial interface. That makes sense. So what I want to do now is play with my view a little bit. Fillet. I want that. And let's see. That because if we'll be able to get that detail. I just wanted to ease that edge over. What is going on here? Okay, so we still have all of our features. I was just back in the features. Okay. Yeah, it's connecting via pins or the USB port itself. Yeah, it's yeah. So there we go. I think we've got a decent box. I am going to have to do some support underneath this edge here. But because I'm not going to put a bottom deck panel under this whole thing, I really need to have some type of tunnel, because this area down here is where all of the cables are going to go through and the power cables are going through it. This little cutout at the top, I only plan on using to bring the UART and power over to the Raspberry Pi. So that's why I'm doing this cutout. And we're going to have to fashion a box for the back as well. But at the back, because I'm doing this tunnel on the front piece, I won't need this tunnel. I just need to do the back piece. And for that, I should be able to do the 4 sides and just have a cutout in one of the walls centered for the motor mount. To basically, I'm just going to cut out that one whole wall to make space for the motor mount, and then I'm probably going to have to just feed it up from the ends or from the bottom. It's going to be fairly tight, so I'm just going to feed it up from the bottom, and then I guess the other thing I need to do is put some mounts here because right now there's 0 mounts. These will be the sides. This is going to be the back, with this being the front. So I don't want to put anything on the front here. I just want that facade. Need something over here, probably something back here and something over here. So how many screws do you think we need to put in this to provide holding power? So I'm thinking maybe 2 along the back edge here, and then 1 each on the sides, maybe a little bit more towards the front. Come back here to this back side, and we'll need our sketch again. Edit this sketch. Yeah, sounds like the opening of a joke. How many screws? Fan vent in that blank space. We could probably cut some vent holes in the bottom side. Because there's no top, right? What I may do is when I cut the, yeah, maybe yeah, we may have to try and see about mounting a fan not here on the back but on the front. Let me go through, and what I'm going to need, I'm going to do some M3 holes. So do M3 holes. So this would be like 3.1. Right? I'll give a little bit of tolerance. Not a lot, a little bit. I don't want it to be right at 3. A little bit of tolerance for that. Here, grab that center point. Before I do that, let me do needs to be 20 millimeter center to that, right? So this here, there, 10 millimeter. So that will put the center of the hole at the center of the notch and the extrusion. And we will dimension from here to here. And what are we? We're 250. So about 80 millimeters. Sound good? So that'll go 80 and 80. That should give us about the midway point, right? So if we do that and mirror it on the, so let me take another hole, that center point, dragging it over. Go on. 3.1, and we'll grab the measure. There, that 80. Okay, so that spaces it on the back with a couple of M3 holes. Now we'll want to do it on either side. I guess I probably want to do an extrude as well. That, do a -5. That seems to be our cut depth that we like to use. Now, if we back around here to the front, we should see is that a hole or not? Can't tell. I don't think we got the second hole. Where are we at? That did not get cut. Backside, we do an extrude. That circle and that circle. Do a -5. Cut. Okay. Does it look like that is not cut through? Because it is. Just, I don't know. Okay. Now I'm going to go to this side. And we need to do a sketch here. You can right set, create sketch. And we want it more towards the front. So once again, 3.1. We're going to come over here and we're going to measure. Here to the top in millimeters. That'll center it on the hole. And we'll grab another measurement from the whole front. And we're at 125 there. Maybe 30 millimeters from the front. That should give us plenty of room. We'll mount those holes up. We'll mount the board in. It'll probably be in the way of things over here, but life is life. It'll be fine. Now, we're going to do solid. We're going to extrude. In my sketch. want to extrude that hole. And I'm going to try and cut both of them at the same time. And just do a negative 300. And that cut straight through. Now, we've got a hole on each side, 2 in the back. That gives us 4 mounting points to mount this in. Oh, hey, KB3D Chris, how's it going? Look at you sliding up on in here. Thank you for the resub for 22 months. That's cool. 83 millimeters would be even space across 250. Yeah, it would. Yeah, it would. And it'd also be a weird number. I didn't want a weird number. So, Chris, we're playing with cat again. I know it's going to be really weird. But this box that we're building here is going to go right in this gap. So we'll print the box out. We'll test fit the board to make sure that our Octopus board fits in it. In which case, I'll probably only slice it for the first, couple of layers, like 3 millimeters, to make sure, pause it, make sure that it'll fit. And then, or who knows, maybe I'll just print the whole thing. It probably wouldn't take that long. But I am incorporating this tunnel here. I have filleted all of my corners and my mounting studs here. Everything's 2 millimeters thick for the walls, but the plan is to create a box that mounts completely in here and also has the pass-through channel so that we can slide it through here and protect our wires from the sharp edges. Now on the back top here, we're just cutting a cutout, not doing a full coverage, because the only thing going through here should be the UART and power wires between the Octopus and a mount back here for the Raspberry Pi. So we'll need to do some type of, we'll lay out and mount back here for the Raspberry Pi. We'll have, the plan is to just cut a singular deck panel that I'll slide in across the top here, because it just has to run, this is 250, so 270 wide by however much deep, and I'll be able to mount it front and back. It'll have the cutout here, so it'll have a solid bottom deck panel. Yeah, that's basically what I'm doing, is just trying to get my thought process and my fusion chops going. Now I filleted the inside of the box. I did not fillet the outer corners of the box. And I said fillet, not chamfered. I didn't chamfer the outer corners of the box because I want it to be as flush as possible to the front. And my thought at first was to make the little front wings here so that we can screw it in. And I've decided, I took the plastic caps off the back to be able to put the crossbeam in here to enable the triple lead screw. So I can't use these. I can just put these across the front for now. One of them may have a mount for a display. But yeah, that's what we're going to kind of do right there. That's my thought, at least. The umbilical, rather than going down the side like we had it, is going to go right down the side here. And I'll just, when I do the side panel, I'll leave a channel on the side that we can route the wires down into. And that way we'll have a full deck here. Yeah, I'm trying to make it nice and clean. That is the plan, is to try and make this nice and clean. We'll use 3 millimeter bolts, 4 3 millimeter bolts, and the top extrusion edge to mount it. I don't think it would need anything more than that. I don't think we need to go and do 5mm bolts. I think having 4 M3 bolts around it should hold it fine. Not like we're going to be banging on this too much. And then the front edge here is going to stay nice and clean. I guess I could, if I really, really wanted to get fancy, I could, put like EnderXY on the front here. I'm not going to be that fancy. I'm not. I could. I'm not. I think this is good for an initial prototype. Do a save. This will be EnderXY Octopus EnderXY front electronics Octopus. Because what I could do is make this available, and then anybody can go in and recreate it just from that front box. Just move the mounting holes and re-extrude, and boom, you've got that. Yep, no, we'll leave it. Save it so it's saved. Export it. Go over to what? Utilities. Make. 3D print. Export. Their object. 3MF. Sure, why not? Okay. EnderXY front electronics Octopus. In my computer and download. And straighten it out. All right, now we got something that we can give it a try. Okay. So now we'll come down here. We will go back to solid. And is chamfer do you do the chamfer? Wait. Straight form, press pull. Where do you get to chamfer at? Is it still the fillet tool and you just call it something else? The modify drop down. Ah, well yeah, there we go. Duh. We're going to select. We're going to select that. Should be all the bottom edges. Let's try that again. Camper, select, outer edge, outer edge, outer edge. Chamfer, and you said a 0.2? 0.2. Trying to scroll in here and see if I can see that little chamfer. Ah, all right, it looks like it's there. I see it missing the sharp corner right. That tells me that there is a called stop playing around. Save. Now we'll re-export it. Utility. 3D print. Export. Select. The entire 3MF. Okay. Rename that body again. That isn't viewable in Okay. That was painful. Now this is 250. So we don't want to print this on a 256 bed. I want to print this on something else. If you're asking about me, I stayed at what is the Embassy Suites. It was right across from the venue. Um, there are cheaper options. I'll put it to you that way. There were cheaper options, and I mean, everybody wound up at Embassy Suites. So, I mean, that's where everybody wound up at anyhow for all the big little shindigs and late nights. Um, I would probably say let's ask everybody else where they stayed. Um, I know that um, what's his name? Justin was trying to figure out if they could get a block set of rooms somewhere because see the last time when we were there, it was like prom or something going on, and there was a bunch of different events going on at the same time. So with us sliding another month, it might be a little bit cheaper. Oh dang, Chewy, that sucks. Um, So yeah, so I can do this on rat rig. I can do this on a bunch of different things. If I do it on the rat rig, I think it's got what is in it? ABS, I think. Rat rig, ABS plus, Sparkle Obsidian Black ABS plus. Um, I should probably take this extra stuff out of here before I run that. Man, I'm not even sure if darn thing's turned on. That in there, all the way down. Bup, 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 bup. And yeah, I feel you there, Chewy, on that forced PTO stuff. It it that's annoying. That is slightly annoying. Been there, done that, got the t-shirt. Okay, so the power's on to it. For whatever reason, it may not be how can I put this? It may not be playing nicely. Every once in a while, it decides to not want to stay talking. Orca. And I don't think I have an Orca Pro. See what I'm. Preference would be to do it in PLA or something cheaper than ABS to start with, but what the hell? Hey, RatRig VCore 4 hybrid, the 06 or 04. Well, crap. This is why I'm going to look over here because I probably have named it. Orthonox is a 0.6 nozzle. So we'll grab the 0.6 nozzle. That's wrong. I'll have to fix this. Correctly. Okay. Eaarthuna. Arthunac. Okay, so we got that done. We're running ABS Plus, Adativa3D type. Strength, speed, whatever. I'm just going to leave everything the same. Let's bring in our, you guys can't see what I'm doing, except just watching my belly. I think the opposite ended happening though. School graduation is the same weekend and causing, oh, damn it. Probably, oh, well, no, it's up at Loveland. Probably a good thing it's up in Loveland then, because if it was down near, oh, what am I thinking of? If it was down near the academy or closer to Denver, that would be crazy. Let's see if we enable support. We do tree. Build plate only. Give it that kind of 2.5 hours. Adding a brim, which probably isn't bad. Oh, interesting. It's not doing trees too far in there. That interface. Side to side. Let's do manual free. Um, Work painting. Make that a little bit bigger. Not that. Let me take off build plate only. Let it go in there. That's fine. 2.5 hours. We're still doing a brim, which is probably going to be fine on a large print like this. And so large print with flat edges, or a big long flat base. Yeah, we probably want to um, do that. We see over here. Happens if I tell this to go. Huh, it's actually wakey. That's nice. Um, just take a week of unpaid leave. 275 a night. Dear God. Well, at least it shouldn't be snowing at the end of May, so I might have to like stay at my. We may have to stay farther out and drive in. Switch around like this. And rather than the overhead, wow, I don't have the I add that visible, right? Orchestra. It not. I give up. We'll come back to here and see me. I I've got no idea. So full screen works, but bringing the application in under the browser window is flaking out for whatever reason. So 4 guys in 3 rooms, 4K. You know, 4 guys, you could probably get 4 guys in 1 room. I mean, get 2 queens, get some snuggle buddies going. Yeah, this is going to take some planning to get done. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, these prices, that's going to be crazy. We're going to have to figure that out because I was going to say, well, we could stay with my mother-in-law, but she's in a 1-bedroom assisted living facility. And I would say, well, we could stay with my brother-in-law. Oh, wait, yeah, that's not going to work either. So, hey, Westery, how's it going, sis? So we are. I'm trying to heat up the rat rig right now because we're getting ready to print this item. Decode path goes beyond plate boundaries. Oh, I'm like, why is it talking about that? I know why. It's the skirt. Skirt others. Um, Get rid of the skirt, and we'll that plate. Now you stop complaining. Gotcha. Okay, so we're going to be printing this. And what this is something that we just catted up in Fusion. That's right. I'm catting stuff in Fusion again. It's slightly painful. I had to remember some things, but what we're trying to do is oops, sorry here. Okay, so this is the front area for the EnderXY machine. And this is the standard Ender 3 case. So what we're trying to do, because we can't use the standard board with 3 independent lead screws, we have to go with something else. We're going to install the Octopus that we took out of the LDO 2.4 when we replaced it with the Leviathan. We're going to put this in there and use this. Now, that means we're basically going to hide that. That. Really? So we're filling this gap in. And we're just making a cutout here. And we're going to add a tunnel for this lower piece down here. Because we're going to have a lot of wires going through this tunnel. And we're going to have one wire that comes through here. It'll be easy enough to put shrink tubing or something on it to protect this one wire. It'll be a lot easier than trying to protect all the ones down here. So what we're hoping to do is have a box that covers this 125 by 250 millimeter front edge here. We'll have 4 places where we'll screw it in, 1 on each side and 2 along the back. And that will allow us to mount our Big Tree Tech Octopus board in it. And then that's kind of where we're going to go from. So I have the bed heating up right now. So bed's at temp. I'm going to go ahead and bring this up to 150 just because. Basically, I'm trying to start getting a little bit of heat into that chamber. We're not too cold, but you know, we're down in the 30s, 30C here. So I'm just trying to build in a little bit of heat before I tell it to go and start printing. And actually, I'm going to be late. Tell it to go. Yep. Octopus. Maybe it's upload and print. But the brat, I mean the Princess Mia, wants treats and pets. Hey. You treat my little princess right. Maybe mean to you. She's sweet to me. I gotta give you a rough time. So, while I have you guys on this view, and since we're going to be printing something and we're really not working on this, we just had it up here to start doing some measurements and stuff. Let me see. Since a lot of you guys haven't seen this, and I know Chris hasn't, bring us around and plug this in. Hopefully we don't pop a power circuit or something when I do this. And yes, I am trying to be sneaky. Well, a few times you'll hear me say black to red, red to black. Because I actually need this motor to run backwards. I got the bench power supply up. Ha! It runs. This is the Warhammer 40,000 chainsword from Galactic Armory. They've got a static one, and then this one, it's running with a 12 volt, 260 RPM motor through a worm gear. And then it drives one spur gear. There's an intermediary gear, and then this gear runs the actual chain. So, yeah, and it does run in the right direction. So this is working. I've tested I installed the battery and wired the battery pack up basically. It uses three 18350, not 18650, but 18350. So instead of being this, they're this in series to make 12 volts, because this runs at 12 volt and about 1.8 amps. And yeah, there's going to be a handle down here that's two-handed. So this thing is literally over a meter long when it's all done. So, and it's going to take a while to get done. I will get it all put together. but I won't have it painted and all that for a while. I'm going to put it together and play around with it, but I won't be able to paint this or any of the other props I'm going to build because it's just too cold. I don't have an indoor paint booth. So it's too cold out in the garage right now for me to go out and spray primer on, I don't know. Like these are the covers right here. So one, I've got to pop this one out and replace it. But notice they use these keying systems. There's no glue on this whatsoever. It's just these keys that are very tight that are pressed in. But I printed all of these with the textured bed, and then this one printed vertically. Because of this area right here, they printed it vertically so it didn't need a bunch of supports. Well, the problem is I wanted this texture. So I reprinted this again, so I need to snap this out. But you'll notice that that texture, right? There's a, whoops, there's a seam right here. There's a seam right here. You really don't see it in that texture unless it hits the light just right. And this whole center section is going to be coated in black. So I think that's going to basically disappear. And I'm going to keep this because it's ceramite, right? It's a ceramite, which is ceramic metal type of coating, plating. So this I reprinted. It's not the same color, but you'll see that I've got the texture. And then this piece right here, I'll fill in with some putty, as well as like these places right here, and have to, whoops, and have to sand everything out smooth. But this area right here, I think, gets covered up with an overpiece. So yeah, it's, yeah, I can't wait to take that to one of the shows and show that sucker off. Because I know everybody's going to be like, oh my God, that's amazing. I guess it would be a good idea to take a look at this and make sure I'm not like over extruding, under extruding, not hot enough. I think we're doing good. So once again, I'm printing this in black ABS that's been sitting inside that printer for a while. I have zero idea what the, I was going to say dew point, but the humidity is in there. You can see that my AMSs are opened. If I have the AMSs closed and I'm printing, there's enough residual heat coming in that that AMS will have like almost 30% moisture content. I open the lid up and these are right at 10% now. And I shock myself. Like I put my hoodie on during the day because when I come up here, I keep this room at 70 or 68. So I'll throw my hoodie on when I come up here. And whenever I go to take it off, I'm like shocking myself with static electricity. So it's definitely dry up here. The only thing I really need to worry about getting moisture out of is carbon fiber, nylon. So anything with carbon fiber, it will soak in more moisture with carbon or glass fiber in it, just because there's a little more potential for pockets in there. It'll absorb moisture. Nylon, polycarbonate, which I have been printing in both of those. So Dragoon 1 over here with the, so what I wound up doing was the heater, the chamber heater, and the bento box that we installed here are going into the TP-Link / Casa smart plugs. I just add them to a scene, one button, I turn both of them on. And so the heater is on this side, right? The heater's on this side, the bento box is on this side. So the heat is coming up on the left side. The bento box is pulling air down and circulating it through the bottom. So I've created a big convection loop within the X1C. So when I'm printing PC, I can get higher chamber temps, which is higher and stable chamber temps, and then keeping just the chamber here on so the bed shuts down, right? And that leaving the chamber heater on for a while allows everything to cool down a lot slower, which reduces your warping potential. So yeah, I got a few things going on, and I'm really looking forward to painting that. I do have a bolt pistol and a bolt pistol and a storm bolter. Basically, the storm bolter is dual barrel with dual magazines on it, so it's just like a bigger version used by the more elite Space Marines. And there's a part of me that wants to paint those in like Blood Angel colors, just to get under Free Heathen skin. But yeah, that's kind of where we're at. I'm just going to keep an eye on the first couple of layers of this print. It is looking like it might be too close. I'm getting some ripples on the bottom, so let me raise this up some. And we'll see if that solves the problem. Either too high or too low. Either way, I'm getting some ripples. Not that it truly matters on a bottom plate, but it was actually too high. Okay, so anyhow, we're going to get that going. That's going to take a while, so we're not going to keep an eye on it. I do want to throw this back out there for everybody before we jump out. This Saturday, okay, this Saturday, January the 18th, starting at 10 a.m. Eastern, normal time, we're having our Twitch anniversary stream, and there will be giveaways. We've got gift cards from West 3D. We've got gift cards, CNC sets, and Reamer sets to give away from KB3D. All the physical products from KB3D. So the Reamer sets and the CNC deburring sets. My bad. The CNC deburring sets and which will have 5 CNC kitchen deburring sets and 2 sets of reamers. Those are US only. Polymaker, we've got some Polymaker spools to give away. Status is providing 2 Apus 2 extruders that are worldwide. Fabrico's got a gift card a Rook kit, and a Nighthawk Stealth Burner board. And then LDO Motors is providing a box turtle. Yep, a box turtle, a Smart Orbiter 3, and a 4-piece set of speedy motors. And we just got rated in. Who is that? Has Liz rated you? Has I was going to come your way. I hear that you've got good news. I hear you're now a partner. Congratulations, Pez Liz, for making Twitch partner. You are amazing. And thank you, everybody. Let's see, Robotech, the Engineered, wow, Red 3DP, KWE Design, DJ Nightwolf, AWZ 1287, John Doan. Thank you all for the follows. I appreciate it. Thank you all for the raid. Hey, Big Jano. Welcome in. Tintalon, Bearded Printer. Hey, how's it going? You saw the little video of your dice, the D20 floating dice tower, right? Monsoon Josh, welcome in. AK2, how are you doing, my friend? Rittenhouse, how's that belt printer doing? Inquiring minds want to know, how's it going? Yeah, so trying to say hi to everybody. Hey, Fern Dog, welcome in. Mr. Wizix, DJ Nightwolf, what's up? Touch Makerspace, welcome in. Wow, God, Windsong, Robotech, everybody's coming in. Hey, Fix 'em, dude, how's it going? AFM 380, yes, she made partner. I heard that. Everybody was telling me that in the somebody, I can't remember who. Hey, Druid, how's it going? Manny Knight, welcome in. Goodness gracious, everybody. Hey, Terry, 83, welcome in. Hello. Wow, thank you, everybody, for coming in. Hey, Take Jeeper. Oh, Dad's RC Workbench. Hi. Sorry, that was red on black. That is extremely hard for me to see. Welcome on in, everybody. So yeah, we were just going through and talking about the Twitch anniversary stream that's going to be this Saturday. We're starting it at 10 a.m. Eastern, which is my normal stream time. Thank you for the follow, Star Rose 3 and Terry 83. So what do we have for the thing? We've got West 3D is giving out 5 $20 gift cards. Polymaker gave me 10 spools to give away. KB3D is giving 2 $50 gift cards, a $100 gift card, 5 CNC kitchen deburring tools, and 2 sets of reamers. The reamer sets are really nice. They come with a nice little laser cut wood box, complete with, you know, etching and all that good stuff on it. Very nice set. I keep it here at the bench and took my Harbor Freight ones back downstairs to the garage where they really belong. Yes, exactly. Fadis is providing 2 Apis 2 extruders. Those will be worldwide. Otherwise, all other physical products are US only. Fabrico just finally got back to me. I've got a $100 gift certificate, which will be worldwide, an LDO Rook kit, and an LDO Nighthawk Stealth Burner board. And then LDO Motors provided a set of 4 Speedy motors, an Orbiter 3, and an LDO Box Turtle kit. Once again, all the physical prizes are US only except for the Fadis Apis 2 extruders. They're going to ship those worldwide. Those are vendor restrictions, not mine. So I've got to be, you know, my sponsors are right there for me. So I appreciate that. Hey, Diabetic Jedi, thank you for the follow. There's one other surprise that's not listed here, and it's not going to be listed. You guys get to hear about it because I'm only announcing this on my streams. Okay? I may throw it up on Discord as well. If we reach a level, excuse me, not reach, if we complete a level 10 hype train during this Twitch anniversary stream, I'm going to open up another giveaway form for anybody that's currently in. And 2 things are going to happen. One, I'm going to take a tablespoon, not a teaspoon, tablespoon of Pex Pepper Spicy Habanero Salsa. Great. I'm not going to put a little bit on a chip. Tablespoon in mouth, right? So, a little bit for me, then a little bit for you. The giveaway is once again going to be US only because I'm shipping it. It's going to be a Solval SV06. So if we can complete a level 10 hype train, which means I need to see that it goes to a level 11, I will be shipping somebody in the US a Solval SV06. So yes, I agree, Pezlis. Thank you everybody for all the new follows. That is awesome. So yeah, we've got a lot of stuff going in on Saturday. It's going to be a lot of fun. Mrs. Dragon's going to be up here, probably off camera. I'll probably see if I can't get her to sneak over here and say hi. Not the Ace. This is just the Solval SV06. Plain Solval SV06, not the Ace. So this is the Marlin version, not the upgraded Clipper version. You make it Clipper, but pretty sure that the standard SV06 was Marlin only. Yeah, and we'll see where we go from there, right? I'm still holding out on one or two more people that I haven't heard from, but we'll see. But thank you, everybody. And I have heard that there may be a code here or there that's thrown out during stream. It has not been confirmed nor communicated, but I have been told that the possibility may be there. Yes, so the SV06 is Marlin. You have an SV06 and an SV06 Plus. Yeah, the 6 and the 6 Plus were Marlin. It's the Ace that goes with Clipper now. So if you're interested, I mean, hey, there's nothing wrong with Marlin. Marlin works perfectly well, especially on a printer that is a vendor printer that is just point, click, go. It works. It works. Can't have a Clipper screen, okay. So yeah, that's the other big news that we got going on is the Twitch anniversary stream that's going on this weekend on Saturday. Clipper screen you sell that converts into Clippers fairly cheap. There you go. There you go. So yeah, you can put a Octoprint on there and away you go. And once you throw Octoprint on there, it's not too hard to switch it over to Clipper. I mean, there are Clipper configs out there for it. But yeah, we will. You ended up getting the TS101 soldering iron and the CNC kitchen inserts. Yeah, they're awesome. They're awesome. The TS101 is an awesome little soldering iron, and I've actually got a TS100 and a TS101. The TS100 is in my self press, and then the 101 currently downstairs because I was sitting down there soldering while watching football over the weekend. Yeah, quite honestly, there's nothing wrong with Marlin and Octoprint. There's nothing wrong with it. It still works great. Still works great. And the thing is which printer should I use? The one that has the right size for the thing you're trying to print, that has filament in it, and is working. Right? I've got plenty of printers back here, and I can use whichever one I want at any point in time. I've been doing a lot over here on the X1Cs lately. In fact, I've got to go ahead and print some files for a rebuild of a box turtle because I'm going to take one of my box turtles and rebuild it and send it over to Zombie Hedgehog. So Yeah, I'm just going to rebuild it, bring it up to the latest spec, and then get it over to Zombie so he has one to play with. But yeah, other than that, I mean, whichever one works for the size. Like I was looking at, possibly doing like one big print for the entire bottom plate. I'd have to do that over on like the I could probably do that on the Ender 5 Plus downstairs because it's 370 by 370, right? Change part cooling on the SVO6. Yeah, so we're still going to need, we didn't put a fan into this design yet. So we are still going to need some type of ventilation. And I know somebody mentioned it and I completely forgot about it. So what I may do is just either I can add something on the back panel, or probably what I'll do is if I go to cut that plate, I can do one of two things. Because this printer sits off, I can just drill a hole through the bottom. It's 2 millimeters thick, and I can just drill a hole through the bottom and mount a fan at the bottom, pulling air out the bottom, right? So not hang the fan underneath, mount the fan inside the box and just push it out the bottom. That should work perfectly fine. Maybe I'll go through and reprint this. It's not like it's that big of a thing, and I may have to do that anyhow if due to print tolerances this doesn't fit. I may have to reprint and modify ever so slightly. That happens too. So yeah, we may have to tweak that design, and when we tweak that design, we'll figure out. I'll have to try and remember a fan thing at that point. If not, at a bare minimum, when I cut the 3mm ABS for the top, we do the old Ender style and put the fan at the top. You just put a little cover duct on it, put the little engine, the engine scoop cover duct on it to protect it. So, but yeah, that's really all I had for tonight, folks. Like I said, we've got a few projects that are in the works that we're going to have to put together, but I won't be able to paint the props for now just because it's too cold outside, and I need to get out there and, I need to do, what am I thinking of? Bondo glazing putty to cover up seams, and then sand, prime, sand, paint, all that. I can't do that inside. I need good ventilation, and it's just too cold outside to be working with any of that right now. Because the only thing I could do would be apply it outside, then bring it inside. I'm not bringing Bondo glazing putty inside the house. My wife would kill me. Star Rose, the box turtle, I've got several box turtle build streams and full video sets. You can go out to my YouTube channel, Digital Dragon 72 over on YouTube, and I've got playlists created for box turtle. I want to say Armor3D just did a LDO box turtle kit as well. And he's a lot newer at doing them than I was. I was part of the beta test program. So I built 4 of them before I got a kit from LDO. So yeah, and I was looking too because it's supposed to be in the low 50s coming up here in a couple of days. Whoops, not that. The problem is I was looking at the primer and it says pretty much like 59 or higher. And I'm like, I'm not going to do it on a day where it's even changed now. It was 53, now it's 52 and raining. So yeah, I'm not doing any type of Bondo or anything like that on that day. It's just going to have to wait. I'll get it put together, show it off, and we'll have to do the painting later. All right, sounds good, Big Jano. Thank you for being here. Um, yeah, that would be what I would tell you to do is watch my video streams, and if you feel like I'm going too fast, then maybe jump over and look at Armored 3D because he was really new to doing the one streaming and then doing the builds on stream. So I think he probably went a little bit slower. I know Lee Marie 3D, Leemerie 3D over on YouTube. That's Jeremy and Keela also built one of the LDO kits as well. In fact, they started theirs before me, and I think I built mine and had it running before them. You can revive your old 2020 bed slinger with clipper. You're going, oh, there you go, Jano. I got news for you. So we're working on the Ender 5 right now, right? I'm going to say, I apologize for the mess. We're still working on cleaning some stuff up, right? But right over here, this conglomeration of stuff, this is a Tivo tarantula. 200 by 200 bed. That was the printer that got me started. And it's some point this year that will come out and we will rebuild that. We'll take it all the way down and we'll rebuild the frame from the ground up. And I'm not going to say that we're going to return it to stock. I don't think the stock board, I burned the bed outputs, meaning the connector itself. Those beds were 12-volt beds, and they pulled so much amp that not that it pulled so much amp. They used their crappy old boards, and the connectors on the board were not rated high enough. So they burned the connectors melted. So I wound up desoldering the connector and direct soldering wires to the board. I'm not going to do that. We'll probably wind up doing like the LH Stinger and having a separate control module that sits off to the side. So we'll do it that way. Oof. -5C. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you, Star Rose. Thank you for the lurk. Yeah. Hey, Macite, welcome on in. Small printer over my right shoulder. So this small printer that has a red Primaris Space Marine helmet that still needs to be finished, not a 0G. This is the LH Stinger. This is a very, very, very fast bed slinger. And the box over here is actually the Spider control board with a 24 and 48 volt, because this is running 48 volts on the XY steppers, and the Y stepper is dual stepper motors. Normally I have one of these sitting up here, but when I'm printing, it shakes too much. Oh, not this one, but this small printer. This is a Creality K1C. We got this not too long ago and opened it up on stream, but this is the Creality K1C. I haven't run any ABS or anything like that through it. It's still 100% stock. Lately, I've been trying to burn through some of the 5 kilo spool that I've had here. And what I've been printing are these little fellows. These are 200 by 200 millimeter SCADAS panels. He also has it at 240 by 240. If you've got a slightly bigger printer, it was made, the 240 size was made to go on an A1. It won't go on an X1C because of the no-go area on the X1C. Um, but I'm printing these out. Now these, he has mounts for them that'll go through and allow you to interconnect these. So you can basically make them as long or as big as you want, whatever configuration. And there are mounts for these that will allow you to mount it off of a DIN rail. So you can basically hang a DIN rail up and then start hanging these straight off the DIN rail with specific mounts that go to a DIN rail. So that's kind of what I'm planning on doing, is mounting some of this in various places in the office slash studio here, and possibly even downstairs. Oh, I was like, what is it doing? Possibly even downstairs in the garage, because we're talking about possibly moving some of these downstairs in the garage. But I'm going to have to make that a proper environment. I'd have to at least insulate 2 walls and the well, 3 walls, but the one has the door in it, and get some extra power pulled in there. So yeah, this is the Creality K1C. So this is the smaller one. This, well, smaller compared to the K1 Max or the K2 Plus. This is the standard EnderXY bed build volume. I'm gonna have a printer coming in next month. That will be the Anycubic Cobra S1 with the, what is it, the ACE system? I keep forgetting the name of the darn system. Um, I think that's what they call it, right? The ACE. Yeah, it's the ACE. That's what I thought. So I did order one of those while they had it on sale. Excuse me, the ACE Pro. I didn't get the 2 of them. I just got the one set, 4 colors. I haven't daisy chained any of these together yet. But I did go ahead and order one. Once again, I'm not getting sent printers to do reviews. I buy my printers. Um, haven't got that much clout yet, apparently. Either that or I just haven't asked. Really, I haven't asked. Um, I'm interested in this because of the Ace Pro, right? Um, I am interested in this more for this reason up here. The printer itself, it's what is standard 250 by 250 by 250 print volume. Core XY. Oh, it's speedy Core XY. Okay, great. I'm interested in the ACE system because it's a little bit different. The ACE system has, let me see if I can. So it does drying. So it does have a circulating dryer system built in. So the ACE has its own power supply. So you have 2 plugs, one for the printer, one for the ACE unit itself. It does say it can do TPU, so that'll be interesting as well, because a lot of them won't say anything about TPU. It's a 4-into-1 system, but where the AMS, the box turtle, I'm not sure. I think the Creality system does it as well. It does a 4-in, 1-out at the AMS box turtle, CFS unit itself. So there's only one PTFE coming out from the filament changer and going into the printer. On the Anycubic, there's 4 separate lines that come out and it joins at a buffer in the back of the printer before it goes into the printer. That might be why this says it's cleared for TPU, because it's a less constrained filament path. But what I noticed is at the bottom of the ACE unit coming out, each individual lane has a buffer right at the bottom of the ACE unit. So that's kind of interesting as well. I'm just curious to see how it works compared to everything else. Um, I may be pleasantly surprised. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. We're going to check it out regardless because the price is good, right, compared to prices like this. And if that's the case, both of these may be set for engineering, and then things like this and the Anycubic may be more for straight PLA prints, PLA or PETG, right? Kind of put printers where they can be most useful. But folks, it's almost 10 o'clock. We've got a huge raid. We had a lot of new followers tonight, so thank you very much for the raid, Pezlas, and thank you everybody that followed and came in, hung out, and chatted. Lots of new followers. That is amazing. I hope that you hear something that sparks your interest. You're willing to come back and listen in on some future streams. We stream Tuesdays and Thursdays starting at 6 p.m. Eastern, and then 10 a.m. on Saturdays. Thank you for the follow, DMAT. Welcome in. On Saturday, this coming Saturday, on our standard 10 a.m. stream, it is my Streamiversary stream. So I'll mark 2 years of streaming on Twitch. We are going to have a lot of giveaways that morning. I'm still trying to figure out how we're going to schedule out all the giveaways so that we're kind of smattering some stuff around. We're not going to start off and be like, okay, at 10:30 we're going. And Saturday mornings, it kind of everybody trickles in. So that first hour, we're probably just going to be chatting, talking, kind of like we're doing right now. And then about 11 o'clock, we'll start doing giveaways because that way we have a few more people there. I just don't want to start off when there's not that many people there and be like, hey, well, we gave away, 10 out of 30 things in the first hour. And there was great for the people that are there early, but it's, I understand that 10 a.m. my time on a Saturday is what, 7 on the West Coast? I don't want to get up at 7 on a Saturday. So yeah, so we'll wait about an hour before we start doing anything like that. And I'm still trying to figure out the schedule of when we're going to do things. And once again, I talked about everything that's being provided by our sponsors. There's that one surprise, and that is if we complete a level 10 hype train, meaning our hype train goes into a level 11, I'm taking a heaping tablespoon of spicy habanero pex pepper salsa. I'm going to open up another form and collect a set of names for a second giveaway. And that's going to be used to give away a Solval SV06. It will be US only because I am shipping that myself. Everything else, the Apis extruders that Fadis are giving are worldwide. All the other physical products are US only. And that's based on the sponsors that are providing the giveaways. So with that being said, folks, let's find a place to raid out to. Meanwhile, I need to go and eat some dinner. Now that I've had about, 30 ounces of coffee while we're streaming, I'm going to need to go grab some dinner. Let me close a bunch of things out so I can get to my interface, see who may be up that we can raid into. Dano's not up because he's here. As Liz was up earlier to announce her partner, she did get her partner status on Twitch. So once again, congratulations to Pez Liz for reaching partner. That is an awesome milestone. One day we will get there. Shenanigans is doing a intramural live stream. Trying to see if anybody else is still up doing 3D printing stuff. And if not, yeah. Let's go over and see our good friend Astro Canuck. The Cobra S1 is currently the cheapest on eBay if you want to get one, even cheaper than the pre-sale price. The Cobra S1 combo or the Cobra S1? Because it may be the better price just because it's just the printer and not the printer with the combo. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and get a raid started over to Astro Canuck. Everybody, thank you for being here. Please go with us over to Astro Canuck. He is a Canadian that deals a lot with space-related topics, whether it's looking through telescopes, tracking space launches. We did have a successful space launch today out of Vandenberg by SpaceX. There's another one that's going to be happening tomorrow that should be one of the super heavies rather than just a standard Falcon. So thank you all for being here. I look forward to seeing you all on Thursday and then Saturday morning, bright and early. Make sure you get your coffee. We will be highly caffeinated on Saturday, and I will have a bunch of water here as well, and we're going to make a good day of it. So thank you, everybody, for being here, and I will see you guys on Thursday. Bye now. And for those of you that are watching this on video on demand over on YouTube, please like and subscribe. When you do subscribe, please click the bell down below, and that will alert you to new videos that are posted from my Twitch exports and some future YouTube content. And then the algorithm is going to suggest. Thank you very much for hanging out with us, staying here through the whole stream. Have a wonderful day.